cast a vote for a woman, and in particular, an Asian woman, as my 4 granddaughters are Asian Americans. For me, the Liberty Bell is ringing loud and clear. 105 years ago, Pennsylvania women who were carrying the torch for equality created a mock Liberty Bell. It was just like the one in Independence Hall. They strapped down the clapper and carried it to all corners of Pennsylvania and said, "We will not ring it until women get the right to vote." That day came, and the bell is ringing in my ears today. Let us share this moment together and honor all of those brave people who came before us. Let us ring the Liberty Bell loud and clear so that it can be heard all over the world. And let everyone know that Pennsylvania is the state that gave the United States its liberty, its justice, and its honorable standing in the world. We are the state that put Joseph R. Biden and Kamala Harris over the 270 Electoral College threshold. We are the state that returned the dignity and honor to the United States of America. Thank you. Let me get to where I need to be. Excuse me one moment. We will now proceed to the election of the Vice President of the Electoral College. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Cindy Bass of Philadelphia County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the Honorable Sharif Street of Philadelphia County be chosen Vice President of this Electoral College.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Are there any other nominations? If not, nominations are closed. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The Chair requests the Sergeant-at-Arms to escort the Vice President to the podium. Vice President? The Chair has the honor to present to you your Vice President, the Honorable Sharif Street of Philadelphia County. I'll just leave that
right there. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here, and rarely do I read anything, but on this occasion, I'm touched the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the I Have a Dream speech. He opens by saying, "In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our Republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every person will become an heir. This note was a promise that yes, that all men, and he said yes, black men as well as white men, and I would add women, Asians, immigrants, the LGBTQ plus community, and others would be considered equal and guaranteed unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." But he noted that it was obvious at that time that the promissory note, insofar as many citizens of this country, was not fulfilled and have come back insufficient funds. But he said he refused to believe that the Bank of Justice was bankrupt and that there were insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so he said, we've come to cash a check that upon demand would give us the riches of freedom, security, and justice. I submit to you today that as we move forward with the election of our next vice president, This country moves forward in fulfilling the principles upon which it was founded, principles that were always just a goal for us to strive to attend, principles that we always are moving forward. And that in the eyes of so many young women, there is a greater promise in America. And in the hearts of so many older women, there is a sense of fulfillment that did not used to happen. And in the eyes of so many Black children and Asian children, this country has become just a little bit more fair. And so today I am pleased to preside over, at the appropriate time, the election of the Vice President of the United States, and pleased to be with you today.
Thank you, Vice President Street, for your remarks. The chair recognizes the Honorable Daisy Cruz of Philadelphia County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the Honorable Rick Bloomingdale of Dauphin County be appointed Secretary of this Electoral College. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Those in favor of the resolution give their vote by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Charles Hadley of Philadelphia County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the Honorable Kathy Dalcumper of Erie County be appointed parliamentarian of this Electoral College.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Those in favor of the resolution, please give their vote by your assent. Vote aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair requests the Sergeant at Arms to escort the Secretary and the parliamentarian to their chairs. The chair extends to the temporary officers the thanks of the college for the able manner in which they have presided during these proceedings. Without objection, the College of Electors will adopt forms of proceedings necessary to carry out the essential tasks of the Electoral College of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Hearing no objections, they are adopted. We are now ready to proceed with the balloting for President and Vice President of the United States. The chair recognizes the Honorable Malcolm Kenyatta of Philadelphia County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolution, a ballot for the President of the United States. Be it resolved that the electors of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, here assembled in the Forum Auditorium at the State Capitol, in the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, do now proceed to the ballot for President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyatta. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints without objection the following 3 individuals to act as tellers for the Electoral College. The Honorable Rich Fitzgerald from Allegheny County as head teller. The Honorable Jason Henry from Allegheny County and the Honorable Mary Esther Van Shure from Allegheny County. The chair requests the Sergeant at Arms to escort the tellers to the stage. Okay. Everybody in place? Let us proceed now to the election of the President of the United States. Each elector shall write on his or her ballot the name of the person for whom he or she votes for President of the United States. The chair requests the Vice President of the Electoral College to preside during the election of Vice President of the United States.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Virginia McGregor of Lackawanna County for the purposes of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It is resolved that the electors of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, here assembled in the Forum Auditorium at the State Capitol in the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, do now proceed to ballot for Vice President of the United States.
Thank you, Ms. McGregor. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed, no. All in favor? The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. Each elector shall write his or her name on the ballot of the person for whom he or she has voted for Vice President of the United States. Ballots are being distributed.
Thank you, Vice President Street, for conducting the election for Vice President of the United States. As the roll call is called, each elector will come forward and deposit his or her ballots in the official ballot box for the President and Vice President of the United States. The Secretary will call the roll.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Nina Ahmad. The Honorable Val Arkush. The Honorable Cindy Bass. The Honorable Ryan Boyer. The Honorable Paige Gebhardt Cognetti. Just a little historical note for folks. They're putting their ballots into a ballot box designed by Benjamin Franklin. So we've got a little bit of history and tradition here in Pennsylvania. The Honorable Daisy Cruz. The Honorable Kathy Dalkemper. The Honorable Janet Diaz. The Honorable Charles Hadley. The Honorable Jordan Harris. The Honorable Malcolm Kenyatta. The Honorable Gerald Lawrence. The Honorable Clifford Levine.
Yeah, good to see you.
The Honorable Virginia McGregor. The Honorable Nancy Mills. The Honorable Marian Moskowitz. The Honorable Josh Shapiro. The Honorable Sharif Street. The Honorable Connie Williams. And myself, the Honorable Rick Bloomingdale.
The chair directs the tellers to count the ballots. Once the count is completed and the tellers prepare their written report, they will advise the college of the results. At this time, I would like to thank our alternate electors for being available today in case they were called into service. Laser Palnick, Erwin Aronson, Peggy Grove, Patty Kim, David Philman, and Rabbi Peter Kessler. The chair recognizes the head teller, the Honorable Rich Fitzgerald from Allegheny County.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my pleasure to announce to you and to the members of the college that the tellers agree in their count. The electors of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have cast 20 votes for the Honorable Joseph R. Biden for President of the United States and 20 votes for the Honorable Kamala D. Harris for Vice President of the United States.
I hope you can see me smiling behind this mask. The chair directs the secretary to record that in the open meeting of this Electoral College of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The Honorable Rich Fitzgerald certified on behalf of the tellers, Jason Henry and Mary Esther Van Shura, that the vote for President of the United States was 20 votes for Joseph R. Biden, and the vote for Vice President of the United States was 20 votes for Kamala D. Harris. The chair also thanks the tellers for their efficient performance of their duties. In accordance with the law, it becomes our responsibility to certify the results. The chair recognizes the Honorable Ryan Boyer of Delaware County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolve that the certificates of vote for President and Vice President of the United States be placed on the table and signed by the electors.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. There are 6 certificates to be signed by the electors certifying the votes cast by them for President and Vice President of the United States. The Secretary will call the roll, and the electors will come forward and sign in the order in which your name is called. Secretary Bloomingdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, the Honorable Nina Ahmad. The Honorable Val Arkush. The Honorable Cindy Bass. A lot of certificates to sign.
Yeah.
I guess. You have to bear with us. There are a lot of documents to sign up here. The Honorable Ryan Boyer. The Honorable Paige Gebhardt Cognetti. The Honorable Daisy Cruz. The Honorable Kathy Dalcamper. The Honorable Janet Diaz. The Honorable Charles Hadley. The Honorable Jordan Harris. The Honorable Malcolm Kenyatta. The Honorable Gerald Lawrence. The Honorable Cliff Levine. The Honorable Virginia McGregor. You know, as we practice social distancing, I probably should have brought a little song to sing or a little history of the Electoral College. And, you know, and I reflect and watch as people come up and, you know, think back to the early days of when it was only white men that were electors, and look at the diversity of the electors here today in 2020. Truly astounding at how far America has come, but how far we have to go. The Honorable Nancy Mills. And Honorable Marian Moskowitz. Honorable Josh Shapiro. Honorable Sharif Street. Honorable Connie Williams. And myself, the Honorable Rick Bloomingdale.
The signed documents must now be directed to the appropriate authorities. The chair recognizes the Honorable Marian Moskowitz of Chester County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the President appoint one elector to take charge and ensure that one package of all legally required documents is delivered to the President of the Senate of the United States in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Ms. Moskowitz. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by voting aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints the Honorable Paige Gebhardt Cognetti of Lackawanna County to deliver the required documents to the President of the United States Senate in accordance with the resolution. This package will be opened with those of the other 49 states and the District of Columbia on Friday, January 6, 2021, in a joint session of the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives for the purpose of determining the national electoral vote for President and Vice President of the United States. Everything's distributed? Okay. In addition, the signed documents must be distributed for the purpose of maintaining the public record. The chair recognizes the Honorable Gerald Lawrence of Delaware County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer a resolution on the distribution of remaining documents. Resolved that the President appoint one elector to take charge and ensure that two packages of all legally required documents are delivered to the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of which shall be held subject to the order of the President of the United States, the other to be preserved by the Secretary for 1 year and shall be part of the public records of her office. That all legally required documents are delivered to the Archivist of the United States in Washington, D.C., and to the Honorable John E. Jones, Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the Middle District of Pennsylvania. Be it further resolved that a copy of the proceedings of this college be filed with the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. No, the ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints the Honorable Janet Diaz of Lancaster County to deliver the required documents in accordance with the resolution. The chair requests that the electors appointed and charged with the responsibility to seal and deliver all the legally required documents meet here in the forum with the Secretary of the Commonwealth's designee for further instructions as to their duties immediately following adjournment. The chair recognizes the Honorable Val Arkush of Montgomery County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the President appoint two electors to settle the accounts and expenses of the College of Electors.
Thank you, Ms. Arkush. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. No, the ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair appoints the Honorable Nina Ahmad of Philadelphia County and the Honorable Kathy Dahlkemper of Erie County to settle the accounts and expenses of the electors. The chair recognizes the Honorable Connie Williams of Montgomery County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the Secretary of the Commonwealth be directed to have published in pamphlet form copies of the proceedings of the 59th College of Electors of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to be delivered and distributed by the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by voting aye. Aye. No, the ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair recognizes the Honorable Clifford Levine of Allegheny County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Madam President, let me first note Steve Latanishan and thank him for just this incredible effort. I know how hard he worked with Laser Polnick and others to just make this an outstanding event, so thank you. I also want to thank every one of the electors for their just incredible effort to get us here today. And with that, resolve that the appreciation of the electors be extended to the Secretary of the Commonwealth, the President, and other officers of the College of Electors, Department of State staff, and all others for the efficient and satisfactory performance of the duties of their appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. We have come to the end of these official proceedings. Does the Secretary have any announcements?
Madam President, there are no announcements.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Jordan Harris of Philadelphia County for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolved that the College of Electors of Pennsylvania, having met in the Forum Building at the State Capitol in the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the laws of the United States and this Commonwealth, and having completed the business for which they were elected, do stand adjourned. Sine die.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Those in favor of the resolution will give their assent by saying aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the resolution is unanimously adopted. The Chair declares this 59th session of the Electoral College of Pennsylvania adjourned sine die.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all. I want to just close by first thanking the Department of State staff all around. These folks just did amazing work all year round. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for today as well. And thank you to all of you, the electors, who you today carried out the will of the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and effectuated the majesty of our democracy in the beautiful words of President George H.W. Bush. So thank you again, and we'll just walk carefully off the stairs, please down the stage, making sure to leave some distance between you. Thank you again, Justice Baer, for your presence, and thank you, Rabbi Kessler, as well, and hope that you all have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
and that I will discharge faithfully my duties as elector for President and Vice President of the United States in and for the state of Minnesota to the best of my judgment and ability. Thank you. Please be seated. Members, the written oath is in front of you for your signatures. Please sign this document now, and staff from the Office of Secretary of State will collect the oath and bring it to Ms. Breams from that office, who will notarize the document. Thank you. As required by state law, your signed oath will be placed on file in the Office of Secretary of State. We will now proceed to the balloting for President and Vice President of the United States. Under the 12th Amendment to the Constitution, a distinct ballot must be taken for President and a distinct ballot taken for Vice President of the United States. In the materials in front of you, you will find one ballot for President and one ballot for Vice President. Please complete each ballot by signing your name on the signature line. After completing your ballot, please hold them until I call upon you. If you make a mistake and spoil your ballot, please raise your hand and we will provide a replacement ballot. I will call on you individually to read your vote into the record, and staff from the Office of Secretary of State will collect and confirm your vote. And will bring your completed ballots to Ms. Black from the Office of Secretary of State. Okay, we will proceed with the vote. Congressional District 1, Elector Lebo. Please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Congressional District 2, Elector Mindeman, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read for the record your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Congressional District 3, Elector Polling, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Congressional District 4, Elector Tastad Damer, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Congressional District 5, Elector Thompson, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Congressional District 6, Elector Anaru, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Congressional District 7, Elector Larson, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Elector Heller, please read for Congressional District 8 your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
For Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. State at large, Elector Hussein, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. State at large, Elector Abdurrahman, please read your vote for President of the United States.
Joseph R. Biden.
And now please read your vote for Vice President of the United States.
Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Members, the results of the ballots show 10 votes for President for Joseph R. Biden and 10 votes for Vice President for Kamala Harris. Federal law requires that the electors sign 6 originals of a certificate which sets forth the votes cast by the electors for President and Vice President. I will now ask that these certificates of vote be distributed for your signatures. Federal law also requires that an original copy of the certificate of ascertainment be attached to each copy of the certificate of vote, and I will direct that this be done after you have affixed your signatures. We will now proceed to complete the final document required today, the transmittal of the presidential elector vote. Federal law also requires that the electors sign 6 originals of a certificate transmitting the results of the ballots cast today. I now ask that these documents be distributed for signatures. Please sign the certificate above your name, and the staff will collect them after you are finished. These originals are distributed to several offices. 1 copy is mailed directly to the President of the United States Senate. 2 copies are mailed to the Archivist of the United States. 2 copies are filed with the Office of the Secretary of State, and 1 copy is mailed to the Honorable Judge John R. Thunheim, Chief Judge for the Federal District Court for the District of Minnesota. Members, thanks to everyone for being here and for participating in this 41st Assembly of the Electoral College in Minnesota. Our activities today have continued a long tradition of electoral politics. We have conducted today an important constitutional function, but we've also conducted an important cultural function by showing our commitment to the peaceful transition of power. In too much of the world, a change in government comes only through force. We Americans don't do that. We have our differences, often strong ones, but we are committed to the rule of law. Whether we agree or disagree with the outcome that the laws have produced, we respect and honor that outcome nonetheless. Thank you all. May God bless the great state of Minnesota, and may God bless the United States of America. If there is no further business to come before this assembly, I would entertain a motion for adjournment sine die. It requires a motion and a second. It has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your service to Minnesota and to the United States of America. We are adjourned.
is now convened and will come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by State Representative Joe Tate of the 14th Congressional District.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Representative Tate. Now please remain standing for the national anthem and the Black national anthem by the Turner sisters, Jalea and Jamila Turner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight whoa, the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and home of the brave, the brave. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the glistening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the hope that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the faith that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Let us march on till victory is won.
Thank you, Jalea and Jamila. Now please remain standing for our invocations. Our first invocation will be given by Rabbi Alicia Harris of Congregation Shir Tikva in Troy, Michigan.
Holy source of light and life, we are grateful for the right and the privilege to vote. Expressing our voices in this way was not always allowed for so many of us in this country, and we recognize our ancestors who fought for this freedom. We thank you for giving the people of this country a voice in this election. This was a challenging season for us, and we are grateful to be moving forward, and even more grateful that the people of Michigan made it clear. This is no place for hatred, bigotry, xenophobia, or racism. Be with the electors as they finalize the vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Our voices are a precious gift that you gave us, and we use them to stand up for what is right. May this count be swift and clear. And Creator, we ask that you will be with President Biden and Vice President Harris as they begin this new journey. May they find fulfillment and purpose in the work that they do. May they find ways to unify this country. May they protect all of our citizens, especially the most vulnerable. And may they be wise and thoughtful in their governance. Be with all of the people throughout this land who are fighting COVID-19. Keep us healthy and safe. Help us feel loved and bring us peace. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Harris. And our second invocation will be given by Imam Muhammad El Alahi of the Islamic House of Wisdom in Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace be upon you all. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa bihi nasta'in. In your name, O Lord, the Lord of life, love, liberation, and wisdom. O Lord, our nation is approaching the new year of 2021. It will be a new year with new administration, new morning, and new journey for America. Please, O Lord, bless our nation for their historic participation in November 3rd election and for defending our democracy and deciding the direction of our country for years to come. Please bless the Electoral College of the state of Michigan and capital of any other states who are meeting this Monday to finalize the election of this new administration. Oh Lord, please bless our country's new President-elect Joe Biden and new Vice President-elect Kamala Harris to go through this transition safely and successfully. Oh Lord, our nation is still suffering. Our nation still is suffering from this painful pandemic. Over 300,000 deaths. That means over 109 11s in 1 year. So painful. Please strengthen our new administration to be source of healing, source of fast recovery of not only coronavirus, but any other racial, cultural, or political pandemics that may target or threat the unity, the solidarity, and security of our nation. O Lord, please protect our new leaders and help them to be American ambassadors of diplomacy, dialogue, peace and justice, freedom and dignity for humanity, for our nation and our world. Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen.
Thank you, Imam Alahi. Everyone, you may be seated. I now ask that the Honorable Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State and Chief Election Officer of the State of Michigan, please stand and be recognized. Thank you, Secretary Benson. Next, I ask the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, to please stand and be recognized. Next, I would ask the Honorable Bridget Mary McCormick, Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court, to rise and be recognized. Thank you to Secretary Benson, Attorney General Nessel, and Chief Justice McCormick for being here today and for your exemplary service to the people of the great state of Michigan. And I would now ask that the Honorable Gretchen Whitmer, Governor of the state of Michigan, please come forward to address the electors.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. Thank you, Attorney General Dana Nessel, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, and Chief Justice Bridget McCormick for being here today. This was truly a historic election. During the worst public health crisis we have seen in our lifetimes, Michiganders everywhere made a plan to ensure that their voices were heard in November. A record-breaking 5.5 million Michiganders cast their ballots for President, United States Senate, Congress, and state and local races. Our Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and her team worked 24/7 to ensure a fair, a secure, an accurate election, and they succeeded. Likewise, our Attorney General Dana Nessel and her team have worked tirelessly to protect the vote. And our election workers and local clerks stepped up and did their part to ensure everyone's voice was heard. Today, Michigan's 16 electors will vote to finalize Michigan's election results, and I want to thank each and every one of you for traveling here today to perform your patriotic duty on our behalf. Our American democracy was founded on the principle of majority rule. 5.5 million people from all walks of life, from all 83 counties of our state, Republicans and Democrats and independents, cast their vote this past November. Michigan has chosen a clear winner for the office of President of the United States and for every elected office up and down that ballot. The people have spoken. It was a safe, fair, and secure election. It was the kind of election our founding fathers envisioned when they created this democracy and built this country. And after today, the results will be final. It's time to move forward together as one United States of America. Now is the time for us to put this election behind us and to focus our efforts together to defeat our common enemy, COVID-19. Over the weekend, the first shipments of the FDA-approved Pfizer vaccine left Portage, Michigan. Right here in a state built on innovation and grit, the safe and effective COVID vaccine is being manufactured by Michigan workers at a Michigan business to save the lives of Americans everywhere. Our state is at the center of the world right now, in a good way. And FedEx and UPS came together to help distribute this life-saving vaccine, putting aside their competitive nature for the common good. If they can do it, I think Republicans and Democrats can do it too. No matter your party, no matter who you cast your ballot for, we all have a personal stake in defeating and eradicating this virus together. So we must stay smart, we must mask up, and we must get to work. But at this juncture, we've got a little bit more work to do right here. As such, nominations are now in order for the office of chairperson of the 2020 Presidential Electoral College. I'm going to recognize Chuck Browning, Elector at Large, for the purpose of a nomination.
Governor Whitmer, I nominate the Honorable Garland Gilchrist, Lieutenant Governor and President of the Michigan Senate, as chairperson of the 2020 Electoral College.
Thank you, Chuck. I recognize Carolyn Holly of the 10th Congressional District for the purpose of seconding the nomination. Thank you, Carolyn. Appreciate that. Seconded the nomination. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor of Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist as chairperson of the 2020 Presidential Electoral College shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed shall say no. The ayes have it. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist is unanimously elected chairperson of the 2020 Electoral College. Lieutenant Governor, please, you are forward. Please take the helm here and preside over the meeting of our electors. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Governor Whitmer. And thank you, electors. And now I would like to appoint State Representative Joe Tate as Secretary. And I would also like to appoint Lavora Barnes as the Sergeant at Arms. The role of official electors of President and Vice President of the United States will now be called. Indicate your presence by please rising and stating "here" when your name is called. From the 1st Congressional District, Chris Cracchiolo. Here. From the 2nd Congressional District, Timothy E. Smith. Here. The 3rd Congressional District, Blake Mazurik. Here. 4th Congressional District, Bonnie J. Loria. Here. 5th Congressional District, Bobby Walton. Here. 6th Congressional District, Mark Edward Miller. Here. 7th Congressional District, Connor Wood. 8th Congressional District, Robin Smith. 9th Congressional District, Walter C. Herzig III. It appears that Walter C. Herzig III is unable to attend, so this position is vacant. From the 10th Congressional District, Carolyn Holly. 11th Congressional District, Susan Nichols. 12th Congressional District, Stephen Rezepa. 13th Congressional District, Helen Moore. 14th Congressional District, Michael Kerwin. At large, Chuck Browning. At large, Marseille Allen. At this time, I would like to introduce the Honorable Bridget Mary McCormick, Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court, for the purpose of administering the oath of office to the electors for electors of President and Vice President of the United States. Justice McCormick.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. The electors for President and Vice President of the United States will rise. Now you can hear me, right? Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, and thank you, Representative Tate. The electors have all stood up. That's where you're supposed to be. You will please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. And the state of Michigan. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States. According to the best of my ability. You may be seated, and please take this opportunity to sign the written oath of office that is on your desk.
Thank you, Justice McCormick. I now ask the Sergeant at Arms to please collect the oath of office documents. Thank you, everyone. Now, there's a vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States. So under Michigan law, the qualified electors of President and Vice President must proceed to fill the vacancy by ballot by a plurality of votes. Nominations are now in order to fill the vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States. I recognize Susan Nichols of the 11th Congressional District for the purpose of a nomination.
I nominate Sharon Baseman of the 9th Congressional District to fill the vacancy of the office of the Elector of President and Vice President of the United States.
Thank you. I recognize Bobby Walton of the 5th Congressional District for the purpose of seconding the nomination.
I second the nomination.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols and Ms. Walton. Are there any other nominations to fill the vacancy of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States? Hearing none, I call for a vote by ballot. To facilitate the voting, I call upon the Sergeant-at-Arms to please step forward and assist with the distribution of ballots. Please indicate your vote on the ballot by writing in the name of the nominee, Sharon Baseman, in the blank space on the ballot and signing your name. Her first name is spelled Sharon, S-H-A-R-O-N, and the last name is spelled Baseman, B-A-S-E-M-A-N. Please also print your name under the signature. And as you complete, I now will ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to collect the ballots for the purpose of tallying them. It's like Jeopardy music.
Governor, the elected is unanimously cast 15 ballots for Sharon Baseman.
Sharon Baseman has received 15 votes to fill the vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States and is selected as an elector and will be seated among the electors. And just so I don't get left out of signing things. I will now complete the certificate of filling the vacancy. And Representative Tate will please come forward, and the Secretary, your signature is also required. It is now time to sign the certificate of election for Elector Sharon Baseman. Each elector must sign the certificate of election to certify the election of Elector Sharon Baseman. The Sergeant at Arms will provide each of you with the certificate in turn. Please remain seated while we proceed with the signing. Chris Cacchiolo. Timothy E. Smith. Blake Mazurek. Bonnie J. Loria. Bobby Walton. Mark Edward Miller. Connor Wood. Robin Smith. Sharon oh, excuse me. You don't get to sign that. Never mind. Carolyn Holly. Susan Nichols. Stephen Rezepa. Helen Moore. Michael Kerwin. Marseille Allen. Chuck Browning. At this time, I'd like to reintroduce Chief Justice, the Honorable Bridget Mary McCormick, for the purpose of administering the oath of office to Elector Sharon Baseman. Justice McCormick.
Learned it. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. Ms. Baseman, please rise. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States according to the best of my ability. You may be seated, and please take this opportunity to sign the written oath of office that is at your desk.
Thank you, Justice McCormick. With the vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States now filled, the electors will now proceed to perform their duties as required by the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the United States, and the laws of the great state of Michigan. Nominations are now in order for honorary chairpersons of the 2020 Presidential Electoral College. I recognize Connor Wood of the 7th Congressional District for the purposes of nominations.
I nominate the following as honorary chairpersons of the 2020 Electoral College: the Honorable Gretchen Whitmer, Governor of the State of Michigan; the Honorable Debbie Stabenow, United States Senator; and the Honorable Gary Peters, United States Senator.
Thank you. I recognize Helen Moore of the 13th Congressional District for the purposes of seconding the nominations.
I second the nomination.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of nominating the honorary chairpersons will signify this by saying aye. All opposed shall signify by saying nay. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Senator Debbie Stabenow, and Senator Gary Peters are unanimously elected as honorary chairpersons of the 2020 Electoral College. As the Electoral College has convened and organized, nominations are now in order for the office of President of the United States. I recognize Michael Kerwin of the 14th Congressional District for the purpose of a nomination.
I nominate Joe Biden for the office of President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Kerwin. I recognize Robin Smith of the 8th Congressional District for the purpose of seconding the nomination.
Mr. Chair, I second the nomination of Joe Biden for the office of the President of the United States.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the office of President of the United States? Hearing none, the electors will vote by ballot. To facilitate this voting, I would like to call upon our Sergeant-at-Arms to please step forward and distribute ballots for the office of President of the United States to the electors. Again, electors, please indicate your vote on the ballot by signing your name in the space provided. Sergeant at Arms will now please collect the ballots for the purpose of tallying the votes. Sergeant at Arms LeVar Barnes, has the tally been completed?
Yes, Lieutenant Governor. The electors have unanimously cast 16 votes for Joseph R. Biden.
Nominations are now in order for the office of Vice President of the United States. I recognize Marseille Allen, elector at large, for the purposes of a nomination.
I nominate Kamala Harris for the office of Vice President of the United States.
Thank you, Elector Allen. I recognize Blake Mazurek of the 3rd Congressional District for the purposes of seconding the nomination.
Mr. Chair, it is my honor to second the nomination of Kamala Harris for the office of Vice President of the United States.
Are there any other nominations for the office of Vice President of the United States? Hearing none, the electors will again vote by ballot. To facilitate the voting, I would like to call upon the Sergeant at Arms to please step forward and distribute the ballots for the office of Vice President of the United States to the electors. The Sergeant at Arms will please collect the ballots for the purpose of tallying the votes. Sergeant at Arms Barnes, has the vote been tallied?
Yes, Lieutenant Governor. The electors have unanimously cast 16 votes for Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris has received all 16 electoral votes from the state of Michigan. It is now time to sign the certificates of vote for President and Vice President. Each elector must sign each of the 6 certificates to certify the vote for Joe Biden for the office of President of the United States and Kamala Harris for the office of Vice President of the United States. The Sergeant at Arms will provide each of you with the 6 certificates in turn. Please remain seated while we proceed with the signing. Chris Cracchiolo. Timothy E. Smith. Blake Mazurek. Bonnie J. Loria. Bobby Walton. Mark Edward Miller. Connor Wood. Robin Smith. Sharon Baseman. Carolyn Holly. Susan Nichols. Stephen Rezepa. Helen Moore. Michael Kerwin. Marseille Allen. And Chuck Browning. Thank you. The 2020 Electoral College will send one certificate by registered mail to the President of the United States Senate. One certificate also will be sent to Chief Judge Robert J. Yonker of the United States District Court for the Western District of Michigan. 2 certificates will be delivered to the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and 2 certificates will be delivered to the Archivist of the United States. I now direct the Sergeant at Arms to distribute the envelopes containing the signed certificates of votes for signature by each elector. Please prepare to sign as I call each elector's name.